lone wolf stalking its prey. You can try to hide, you can try to run. I caught the scent, I smell the blood. I'm coming for you. I'm coming for you.
guys, 2022 Legacy Off-Road Racing. It is round number 2. We've got a great live action race coming up for you. Sit back and enjoy.
CST Tires. CST Tires' first steel-belted offering for the side-by-side market is designed for heavy loads, long trips, and smooth rides. With an aggressive, light truck-inspired tread pattern and ample sidewall protection, the Apache is built to withstand the toughest conditions. From dry desert lake beds to Rocky Mountain trails, the Apache will get you there. The all-new Apache by CST Tires.
Years of working in off-road, we got asked by a sand drag group in 2008 to start following their entire racing series, and that's when we decided to start Motorsports Safety Solutions. So when we first started in 2008, we had 6 people who were pretty much dedicated to following the different races that we did. We're well over 60 active members right now that help. Sometimes they're there for 2 to 3 races throughout the year. Some of them are there almost every single weekend. Different expenses we come across, fuel is obviously a big one, hotel accommodations. If you're taking 40 people to a race to help people, there's 40 beds, you've got to find a place for people to sleep. So hotels, medical equipment, extrication gear. Our team has been extremely fortunate over the last several years to have great financial donors who have helped us step up. The off-road community has built this truck, they've built another one matching it. They've helped equip 6 other rescue trucks with everything from suspension to rescue tools, firefighting capabilities. We've got UTVs, we have motorcycles, we've got a trailer to cool people down and act as a first aid station. The off-road community is what has 100% made this possible for us to be as successful and have the great equipment that we have.
Hey guys, Phil Iverson out here with the director of Legacy Racing. We got Donald over here. He's going to explain a little bit about the track, tell you about a little bit about the sign behind me called the Joker. Let's see what he's got to say.
Yeah, you hit it right there, the Joker lane. So something unique to this event is a bypass of some of the course. So the Joker lane lets participants get an advantage at some point in the race of their choosing to get around maybe another competitor to gain time. So they skip about a half a mile of the course. Again, they can only do it once each day, but it gives an opportunity to get around the track. So where the vision canopy is behind us, that banner, that's the normal route, and then they get to use this one time throughout the day. And that's for both Friday and Saturday during the desert race, which is a 9-mile course right here in Perm, Nevada at the State Line Shootout. And that's where we're at today.
Right.
We got tech going on right now. So Thursday here, got tech rolling on tonight.
Qualifying today and then trophy lights tonight, right?
Yep, correct. So qualifying here at 5 o'clock tonight, which will be live streamed as well.
Right.
And then trophy lights, night race, 8 o'clock on the short course track, and have a taco party and just going to have a good time and see how it shakes out.
Well, now tell me this. Now, we got a guy out here. He's chasing the $100,000, and there's only one person left that's eligible for it, chasing Gaunt. So, I mean, he's got everybody chasing him down, but he's actually chasing that money, isn't he?
Oh, absolutely. He's got some stiff competition. You know, he's got $100,000 up for grabs. He has to win the series out. So the next 5 races, he has to win all the events to win $100,000. But his competition doesn't,
right.
You know, they're not just going to give it to him.
They're not going to lay over.
Yeah, exactly. So they're here to stop him. He's got some great guys going to give him a battle. And if that doesn't happen, he doesn't get the $100,000.
$10,000, right?
Yep, there's $10,000 up for grabs for the class championship. So
now, what do you think they spend on these? How much do you think these equipment cost, these 6100 series vehicles cost?
Oh, you know, some guys are spending some ridiculous numbers. You know,
right.
It's crazy what they're up to. But the equipment, where it's come in the last few years, is pretty amazing. The talent of the drivers and the equipment combined shows some really, really fast times where you're seeing them finish right there at the top against some of the best in the business, in my opinion.
Right. Now, we've got a bunch of great sponsors, and we're going to get to them later on, but we're going to get back with you guys. We got qualifying today. We got trophy lights tonight. We got live action, like I told you. Mark Wright's going to be back in the studio keeping it real. I'll be right here keeping it real. You guys sit back and enjoy. We're going to have a lot of fun. Hey guys, Phil Iverson. We're out here at the state line. This is the Legacy Racing. We're at round number 2 out here. I got the man that keeps the nuts and bolts on the Gaunt's team and a few other teams behind me. We're going to let Tucker tell us his inside secret, so any of you other pros, amateurs, sit back and listen to what this guy's got to say. Tucker, tell us how you keep it running.
Oh, lots of luck. No, I'm a very experienced mechanic. I've been fortunate enough to race Dakar and win the ball 1,000 a few times and, you know, all the long desert races. But the good part about these guys is they listen. You know, it's hard for me, this is my profession, to find good customers, and these guys listen, and that's what helps keeps us in front.
Well, they're a pretty humble team. I was just talking with them, and, you know, you would picture somebody as fast and elite as these guys are, be really aggressive, but they're kind of like recluse and sit back. Is that a good combination for you?
Well, it definitely changes when they put their helmets on. You know, they're great people without the helmet on, but once they put the helmet on, they're racers.
Well, I've seen them race. So
Yeah, but, you know, once we come down and after a race we have a breakdown and we talk about what we could do better and where we can improve, and it definitely helps make my job easier when I say, hey, we need to run these gears or we need to buy this part, and they say, yes, do it.
So you have a good vocabulary between you guys.
Yeah. As you know, racing for $100,000 this year, there's a lot of pressure. And, I mean, we won last race flat out, and we beat everybody. We won the overall in a spec class.
Hands down, it was a race.
And that wasn't good enough for us. So, you know, we went back to the shop, and we put a wing on this thing, titanium beadlock bolts, forged wheels. We took maybe probably 130 pounds out of this thing. So,
that's a lot.
So the work's never done.
Well, so you're always testing, and they listen to you, obviously, how they race. And so is it ever intense, or is it just pretty mellow conversation with these guys?
It can get pretty spirited sometimes, but for the most part, we have a good rapport.
Well, it looks like you guys have a great team. So I'm here with Tucker, the Gaunt Brothers chief crew, head crew guy. We're going to get back and keep you guys live action. Sit back and enjoy, guys.
Rugged Radios. Work, race, play.
Hey, Steve, where you at?
Experience clear communications through headsets or helmet kits.
I'm up on the hill to your right. Oh, there you are.
Talk vehicle to vehicle.
Keep the radio contact going. Copy?
Talk to passengers.
Copy that, I gotcha.
And stream your favorite music. Complete communications for UTVs, base camp, toy haulers, or off-road vehicles. Rugged Radios, the authority in communications.
Take your new rig from this to this and get it ready for this. Bring it to the experts at 4 Wheel Parts, where we'll transform your Bronco with the all-new line of 4WP factory accessories. Whether you want to order the best parts online, shop in store, do the work yourself, or have it built by a pro, all trails lead to the truck, Jeep, or Bronco of your dreams, because nobody knows off-road like 4 Wheel Parts. Do your Bronco right.
Guys, what's going on? Phil Iverson, Legacy Racing. I got the two bad boys of rock and roll we were talking about earlier. These rock and rolls are chasing $100,000. I got Chasen and Maverick Gaunt, and they're doing it. This is the dream team, and they're going to tell us how they got here. Got Chasen. Tell me about it.
Yeah, so we've been putting a lot of work in with Walker Filters and EBCO, and Tucker, our crew chief, putting a lot of time. My pop, and obviously Geyser Brothers builds the baddest truck here, and I've been putting a lot of time and effort into this, and lots of dyno tuning with Dugans and Rancho over there, and hopefully we can, live up to expectations here.
Well, I don't think it's expectations, because a lot of people might think you just get in there and lead-foot it. It takes a lot of skill to finish in these events, especially as fast as you guys go. I mean, you're pushing a lot of equipment with a lot of technology, and it needs a lot of working things to work well together. So you work real well with your brother, Maverick. Maverick, tell me a little bit about your brother and what's going on with that. You like sitting on the other side or driving?
No, I don't. We don't like to co-drive. No, we both split up all the races. He's driving day one. I'm going to drive day two. We've been splitting races. Our first race was 2011 in a stock full truck. So we've been around for a little bit, but just now we've been able to get some success, getting some people on our team to help push us towards the finish line. Our first 6100 win was actually in Pahrump, right? In January. And so it takes a team to get here, right, and it takes a team to put the truck together to get all the moving parts to make us go fast. So we're super grateful for everybody who's hopped on board with us. Everybody on the side of the truck, I'm sure I'll forget some people. My brother already mentioned Walker and EBCO. Geyser built a rocket ship. Raceline Wheels is on board with us since we've gotten this new G6 6100. Tri-Ace Tires. Simpson is always keeping us safe. EBCO, especially for the big carbon fiber wing over here. Right. We came from sprint cars, so this brings us back to like the sprint car days with the wings and all that. So I'm just super happy to be here, and hopefully we can at least end the year with the championship. Obviously, right, $100,000 would be nice, but it'll be hard to do. So
what's it feel like? I mean, you guys are actually breaking through the bag. I mean, you're being very successful. You've just really kicked butt, taking names. I mean, what's it feel like having a target on your back? Does it get to you, or you just absorb it and love it?
You just roll with it. We've never really had a target on our back, so it's not something we're used to.
Nobody's
so
close or what?
No, I just mean like we're never just starting. Yeah, we're never the guys to beat usually. So we're just happy to be here and pushing forward and running as hard as we can, and we're all out here having a good time. Chad Dorman's here with his truck, and we partner up with him. Our buddies from Oregon drove down, Bobby Pierce, and the girls are going to get involved in the smaller cars too. So it should be a fun weekend.
It's pretty humble beginnings the way you guys are talking. It's nice and it's refreshing to see. So we're going to try to get Tucker over here in a little bit. We're going to talk to his crew chief in a little bit. Right now I'm talking with the 100,000 guys, the Gaunt Brothers. We'll keep you guys up to date. Sit back and enjoy with some live action.
Grab a gear into spring at 4WP with deals on tires, tops, accessories, and more. Take advantage of huge savings on BF Goodrich, Mickey Thompson, Falcon, and Goodyear. Transform your truck and save big with up to $750 back on select lift packages and save up to $200 on select soft tops. Grab a gear into spring and do your rig right at 4 Wheel Parts.
Hey guys, Phil Iverson out here, Prim, Nevada, State Line. We're out here with Legacy Racing Association. We're partnered with Hurling Racing. We got a lot of fun racing coming up. Today is going to be qualifying. Tonight's going to be trophy lights. Better yet, we're going to be coming at you live right here, all weekend long, all series long, brought to you live action sports. Now, we've got Mark Wright back in the studio. He's going to hook you up live and keep it real. I'm going to keep it real right here with you guys. I tell you what, the big motion going on, the big commotion, $100,000. It's on the line, but there's only one person eligible for it. Jason Gaunt, and he wants it bad. That's right, Class 6100. There's only one person eligible for it. He's going to make or break it this weekend. Sit back and enjoy, guys. We got a lot of fun racing coming up.
Okay. Welcome, everybody, to the 2022 Legacy Racing State Line Shootout. Thank you, Phil Iverson, for handling all the correspondence out there live on the track. My name is Mark Wright. I'll be live here in the studio, bringing to you a play-by-play action the best I can here with qualifying right here on day one of the State Line Shootout here for Legacy Racing. Very excited to bring you this live stream. Want to say thank you to Hurling Racing. It's a family thing. These boys will be out here all weekend long. You'll watch Joe and Jerry Hurling in the 6150 and the 6160 trucks, respectively, being out there campaigning for the 6100 class. Now, if you guys haven't heard about this, the 6100 class promises to bring you some very exciting racing, as there is $100,000 on the line for the championship here, brought to you by Diamondback Materials, putting up this $100,000 to the champion, or the first few finishers for the championship in the 6100 class. So there is going to be some big door banging going on there in the 6100 class. We're going to watch qualifying today, and the big classes will be qualifying. We've got quite a list. Just looking over the list over here, well over 10 trucks, more like 15 trucks in the 6100 class, and that list is probably bigger than the one I've got. As this is qualifying, I've got the ones that are just here signed up for today. So we're going to watch this, and we're going to do the best we can putting things together. Special thanks here to Motorsports Safety Solutions, out here making sure all the drivers, as we take a flyover on the drone right now, checking out the course, making sure that all our drivers are safe here today for the State Line Shootout. Rugged Radio is also coming on board, the official communication of Legacy Racing Association, and 4 Wheel Parts. You guys can find all the stuff that you love for your 4-wheel drive at 4 Wheel Parts, to name some of the sponsors that will be helping out here for the entire 2022 season. One other thing I have to stress is that we will be live streaming every single 4-wheel event for the 2022 year. So you can find the schedule at legacyracing.association.org online, and I have the schedule here with me. Let's go through the events that are going to be happening here for the State Line Shootout. Today, we're going to get started here with qualifying. The stage and qualifying classes will be unlimited trucks, Class 1 and the 6100 class. At 8 o'clock tonight, coming on this live stream that you guys are currently signed into, the Trophy Light Taco Party for Cinco de Mayo. They are going to have the Trophy Lights throw down while we are going to enjoy tacos for the Cinco de Mayo holiday. And you get a great shot here of the drone flying over the course right now, as the majority of the classes are getting their sight lap. Very dusty here, but what's really unique about this course, as we zoom in to some of the competitors out here, you'll be able to see the Class 1 and unlimited trucks here lining up. But you can see that this course is right next to the highway. And the reason why they call it the State Line Shootout is this is very close, within miles of the California-Nevada border, northwest side of Nevada, or more like the southernmost eastern of California. So that's where they meet right there. So that's why we're here calling it the State Line Shootout. Going to be an interesting day of racing for the qualifying today, and this determines what position the classes will start in for tomorrow's events. Let's go through what's going to happen here for Friday. 6 a.m. Heat 1 staging for the UTVs and Class 11, 1600, and Sportsman UTVs will get started promptly at 6:30. There will be 8 laps here on this. I was told it's an 8-mile course, so this promises to bring lots of incredible door-to-door racing action with that 8 miles. You will see a lot of bumping and trucks and cars coming in most of the time within seconds of each other. Heat 2 will begin at 8:30 a.m. These are the turbo UTVs and unlimited UTVs. Again, they will have 8 laps, 10:45. Heat 3, which will include Class 10, Trophy Light, Class 5, Class 7, Class 1450, and Class 2000. This will be at 10:45. Coming up at 11:15, Heat 3 will start. And that again is 8 laps. There you go. Heat 3, I'm reading it as staging, and that race will start at 11:15. Heat 4 staging will be at 1 p.m. and that race will start at 1:30. This includes the unlimited trucks and Class 1. So if you're here to watch the big boys, 1 o'clock they'll be staging. 1:30 they will hit the course and take their 8 laps at 1:30. 3:45, Heat 5, which will include Class 6100 and the 6200, and they too will get 8 laps. 6:30, we're going to call it. Results will be posted, and I'll let you guys know as I know here in the studio. I'll be in the studio joined by Phil Iverson, out corresponding live on the course. Saturday's event, 6 a.m. we get started early. Heat 1 will start staging at 6:30. Actually, 6:30 will be the start. And this, again, will include the UTVs, Class 11, Sportsman UTV, and Sportsman, and the 8100 class. 9 a.m., Heat 2 will start. This is the Turbo UTVs and Unlimited UTVs. 11:15, Heat 3, Class 10, Trophy Light, Class 5, Class 7, Class 1450, and Class 2000 will take their start at 11:15. 1:30 Heat 4, this again is the unlimited trucks in Class 1 for Saturday's racing. And 3:45 Heat 5, which will include the 6100 and 6200 class. Now, the 6100 and 6200 class, that is the one to really watch, because you're going to have, as I said, just short of 20 trucks out there doing battle, and they are going to be shooting after that $100,000 in prize money put up by Diamondback Materials. This is going to be quite the race. If you guys don't understand how that works, off-road racing is a very expensive sport, and these guys are definitely going to be banging doors for that contingency prize at the end of the year. $100,000. There's a lot of things that can happen when that much money is online, and it's going to unfold to you right here, the 2022 Legacy Racing Association State Line Shootout. All right, so as we look here on the course, you can see the sight lap. The course, very, very groomed, looking really good for a shorter desert race like this, as I said, around 8 miles. And you can see them coming back into the infield right here. You can see some of the trucks testing out some of the corners. That's exactly what a sight lap does here with this incredible drone footage. As we come back now into the pits, you can see the pits there coming back into Prim. To the right of this shot right here, you can see the infield, and this is where the racers will stage and start right here. They will stage on the pavement. This is where they exit the course after they cross the finish line, what you'll be able to see where the drone just flew over. Now they're driving through contingency right here as they make their way off the course, and they are going to stage respectively. Coming up here, you'll see the staging on the pavement. And right there where that empty lot is, that's going to be staging. And you can see where that green easy up is. That is the start line with those 2 flags right there. So that is where qualifying is going to begin. And you can see as they take the start, they will instantly enter the track the short course portion of the track and then go out into the desert. And here they are after their sight lap, exiting the track rather. And a lot of the 6100 trucks, as you see. Now, the one in the running right now in the points lead for that $100,000, Chase and Gaunt, as we look at 6139 right there of householder. Let's get my list over here so I can call it right, since we're really focusing on the 6100 class. That is Adam Householder. And then as I see these trucks here, you can see them trying the course here. And that is exactly what the sight lap is. They kind of see the conditions of the track. Is it bumpy? Is it rough? This also gives them an insight to where there might be any dangers or rough sections on the course that might be able to end their day early. So the sight lap, they can go out and see the lap and hopefully keep it on all fours here for qualifying so they can have a full day of racing tomorrow and Saturday. This promises to be very eventful, as I see. Looking at our class champion right there, the Class 1 class champ. That is Jake Johnson. And his sponsors include Merlin Johnson Construction, Baldy Racing, High Performance Helicopters. That's really incredible. As you talk to Jake Johnson, come to find out they have helicopters out here, and he was able to look up and say, yeah, that was one of their helicopters. So they have air support out here as we're looking live to the 1546 car of Jake Johnson. And you can see that he will be first to start. Phil Iverson right there. And we'll be joining him every chance we get for correspondence there live at the track. So it's going to be anybody's day here for qualifying. I'll try to keep, as I am updated here at the studio, I will try to give you information the more that I get it. I have plenty of sources out here, so hopefully I'll be able to keep you guys up to date with what is going on here with qualifying. But right now, at this point, we're going to wait, and we're getting ready to take the start here for Jake Johnson. Beautiful day, beautiful weather right here. Cinco de Mayo. Very interesting holiday indeed to be desert racing here at the State Line Shootout here in Prim, Nevada. And you can see a beautiful sight there, the roller coaster. Very interesting story there. This place used to be just incredibly just busy and always going. So now to see it here post-pandemic, it's really crazy to see that it's kind of like a ghost town here right now with that roller coaster. That roller coaster used to be going all the time, live and a lot of action out here in that casino. But now you can see it here, Prim, Nevada. Now it's still just a beautiful place to desert race. Great weather out here. Promises to be a great day of qualifying and a great weekend of racing here for the 2022 Legacy Racing Association State Line Shootout. Now, another thing about this race here, the race is now the schedule very close. A lot of these racers racing last weekend having to just really rush it to get these cars prepped again to get back out here for Legacy Racing Association. So it's going to be very interesting to see the dynamics of the race teams that did race last weekend. Getting these cars and trucks together, this is no easy task. I think it's just a matter of changing the fluids and just basically washing the car off and getting it ready. Well, that's not the case in these top classes in Unlimited and Class 1. Unlimited Truck and Class 1, you guys really got to tear into them. So it's going to be really interesting to see what the strategy was for the top teams here in the 6100 class, the Unlimited Trucks, and Class 1. So we'll see how that shapes up. And a lot of the other classes too, 6100, as we mentioned. Brent Fox out of Highland, Utah, He has Caden McCachran in with his co-rider out of Las Vegas. If that name sounds familiar, yes, that is Caden McCachran. That is the son of off-road racing legend Rob McCachran. Caden wants to be on his own, so we're giving Caden, I'll just give him that shout for the weekend, but as we talk and see Caden's weekend, we'll leave it there because Caden definitely wanted to make a name for himself. So that's the last time you'll hear me say Caden McCachran out there, the son of the legendary Rob McCachran. 6186 Reed Dodenbeer, another 6100 truck that is very tough to beat out here in the Legacy Racing Association Series. Kirk Harkley, Travis Williams, 6177, having a rough start here in the first event as he rolled his truck in qualifying, and that put the boys on his team on high alert to get that truck ready for the race the following day. So can Travis Williams get it together here for the second race of the year, 6177? All right, guys, here we are back at live action. Looking at the beautiful scenery here in Primm, Nevada as they getting ready to take qualifying. And we're going to have some correspondence here down with Phil Iverson here at the track here shortly. But right now, incredible drone footage to show you just how diverse the terrains here are as they take a look here into the short course track. And you can see one of the track workers there. After they peel in, it looks like one of the racers has already taken off. All right, so this is the first car. We're going to get back to our numbers here. And as I saw earlier, this was Jake Johnson. Now, Jake Johnson, our champ of last year, he's got a lot to show up here for this race. As you see that car doing a great job soaking up the whoop section here in the short course section. A once legendary short course racing venue here, and now we're able to use it here as the start to our state line shootout here for Legacy Racing. Hurling Racing doing a great job out here supporting our live stream, as now we see the number 1515 car of John Calianis out of Rancho, California. We'll come back to him. He's got the rider Ryan DeSaltos sitting next to him, and he resides in California out of Ontario. But now back to Jake Johnson, as you see him exiting the short course portion and really now being able to stretch the legs of that car, that Ultra Wheel sponsored car. And you can see him really put the skinny pedal down, as he definitely will reach speeds right here along this straightaway of upwards of 100 miles an hour. And you can see the dusty conditions. This is desert race. This is desert racing, so dusty conditions, part of it. So this is the qualifying lap. There will be one lap. And what they are doing for this is their starting position in tomorrow's race. In tomorrow's race, their finishing position will determine their starting position for Saturday's race. So for today, this is what they're running for. The fastest time will have the option, as we're now looking at the 1550 car of John Calianis. And John now showing his short course skills, getting that beautifully prepped Class 1 car into the corner. Now see, this is a beautiful thing here, as short course, as you see, normally prepped to perfection with cars and trucks that are built a little bit different than a desert car. A lot of the same technology does transfer over, but there are some very different nuances that make the car set up for each type of discipline. The short course truck a little lower, not quite as much travel. The short course car will generally be set lower, so that way they can handle the corners and a little more aggression into the corners. As you see, a desert car with much more travel, larger tires, and really trying to take advantage of the travel that is offered in there. As desert racing, a lot more unforeseen things that are not normally visible on a groomed short course track, as you see Jake Johnson now just really getting it done. And that 1515 car, what a beautifully done bodywork on that car. And I'm sure that every advantage you can get, that car looking very aerodynamic with that bodywork. And believe it or not, some of the short course racers, as I spent some time in short course racing this summer, they say the cars are actually faster without the big bulky fiberglass bodies on them. So your Class 1 cars have the ability to be the faster cars with the unlimited trucks. So we'll see how that goes. But the unlimited trucks, generally the king of desert racing now, as you see John Calianis getting that car sideways as it comes back into the infield. Now, if you guys haven't seen the course, I'll switch over here to my computer and show you guys the course and show where they're at here. But a good, promising short course, considering 8 miles long. The lap times will probably be in or around, probably guess 5-6 minutes, maybe 7 minutes tops. I'll have some of that information for you tomorrow. But Gilbert Racing now, this car, Lad Gilbert and Sean Gilbert out of Las Vegas, Nevada, with Brandon Johnson in that mix as well. This car, I was able to see it live and get up next to it. So much technology in that car. A double A-arm rear suspension as opposed to the swing arm style suspension of most Class 1s. This car has a double A-arm rear suspension. You can see it right there for a true independent suspension. So that car, a very different design, a very modern take on a tried and true design. These Class 1 chassis are reminiscent of the way the old Volkswagens with their swing axle, with a transaxle, which is the transmission and gearbox all in one, and the rear end, the differential, the transmission all in one, so they call it a transaxle. And that is very VW or Volkswagen, if you will, a design that we can remember the engine in the back. But that Gilbert design, with instead of having the axle swing on the pivot that goes left to right, their pivot goes front to back. So their A-arms pivot on a little different pivot point than a traditional Class 1 car. Is it an advantage? The car definitely appears to be fast, as we come up with great drone footage of the 1503 car of Nick May out of Las Vegas, Nevada. That's a Jimco, and he claims that 702 Racing and Jake's Fabrics help out with that car. And that's going to be the last car of 1549. John Reber will be taking the course here very shortly, as we get a beautiful view of that independent suspension I was just talking about. And this is the 1512 car of Blaine Conrad. There's that Gilbert racing car. Another thing that you can see is his rear wheel appears to have a little longer wheelbase, and just a beautifully designed car right there. And if you ask me, it does give the chassis advantage here. So now that leaves it up to the driver, Gilbert. And if I remember it correctly, Sean is the father. No, Ladd is the father. Sean is Ladd's son. And more than likely, they'll be sharing driving duties, either splitting each day, or they will split one day amongst each other. So I haven't been able to talk to them, so maybe we can get it from Phil Iverson to find out what their strategy is going to be to come out victorious in the Class 1. But okay, following right after the Class 1, we are going to go, I believe, with this. Let me make sure I got this right. But I do believe the 6100 class will take it next, and then more than likely end up with the unlimited trucks. Beautiful drone footage here for the live footage. You can see all the different carvings that they make with these tracks. Plenty of dirt, plenty of things out here. Okay, so at this point, that is our champion in the unlimited trucks. So they must have let the unlimited trucks go before the 6100s. Let me get you. Eric Husted, our Class 1 champion, or Class 1 unlimited trucks, rather, with the number 1. He is the current legacy champion, and he's just got potty work flying all over that. Looks like he's going to have to switch his entry to Class 1. And that's the difference between a Class 1 car. A lot of people ask what the difference is between a Class 1 car or an unlimited truck. Oddly enough, take the fenders and everything off of a unlimited truck, you can run it in Class 1. Back in the old days, I remember lots of racers such as Pete Sorn would race the unlimited trucks on day 1, but then come back and race Class 1. He would just literally take the body off the car and race Class 1, because the only rules that separate Class 1 and the trucks are the unlimited trucks must have fenders and bodywork, and the Class 1 car doesn't have to have fenders. They're an open wheel design. There used to be the Terrible Herbst Landshark built by Mike Smith, if I remember correctly. They would race a 4-linked A-armed Class 1 chassis that is very similar to the Unlimited trucks. As you see, Eric Husted just losing all that bodywork. And that's going to bring Unlimited trucks coming up. Jack Olagus is going to be in here as well. You saw him in that beautiful prep Ford Unlimited truck. There it is right there. Speaking of the devil, number 27, Jack Olagus, now campaigning his run at that coveted number 1 starting position. And you can see this from last year. You can see Jack Olagus is... Now, I'm just thinking about this now. Steve Olagus, the father, and Jack Olagus now, and in fact, I started mentioning at the last race how soon to Jack Olagus gets behind the wheel of that Unlimited truck, that 900 horsepower fire-breathing dragon of a truck. And it looks like it is happening. It's great to manifest that into Jack Olagus, only 15 years old. So is he driving or is he a co-rider? Either way, hopefully we can get Phil Iverson. I'm going to text him to see if he can answer that question. Is Jack Olagus, young 15-year-old Jack Olagus, driving a 900 plus horsepower Unlimited truck? We'll find out that story. I'll text Phil in a second at our next break. But here we go, back to qualifying action. And this is back to the Class 1. So if I can get that number here in a second. Unless they had a late start in the Class 1. And that's probably the 1549 of John Reber. Because we already saw Blaine Conrad, and this is, I do believe, the last one we have left on my list. If we can get a number on there, the 1549 of John Reber, I do believe. So that must have mean he had probably a hard time making it to the curtain call. And Legacy Racing more than likely let him take his lap, his qualifying lap, regardless. And we'll see how that shapes up. Looks like they're changing a little bit of the short course there. Back to race in action. It's great drone footage here for me to commentate on here live in the studios. And there's the truck of Jack and Steve Olagus. And they live very close. Steve Olagus, predominant Ford dealer there in Nevada. And that is the 1503 car. So that's Nick May. So Nick May was off to the late start. So that would mean the car that we saw earlier was John Reber. And I called it wrong. So that is the Nick May car. I had the numbers mixed up because we only had 2 numbers left on the list and I couldn't see them. So John Reber made it out, and Nick May looks like he was the one that ended up, I would suggest, got the late start there, unless he started on time. And I just saw him coming into the studio. Now you can see the Fox Unlimited truck there now back in the pits. So Jack Olagus and Steve Olagus now, we'll see their qualifying. So 1 lap, pretty fast. And that's going to tell me that they are not racing the entire 8 miles on the course. As we go back to that Class 1 car that I thought started late. And remember, my announcing here from the studio is unofficial until you hear me say it, the official results. But right now, this is just what I'm seeing, visualizing from the monitor that I have here live in the studio. So that's the 1503 car of Nick May. And I assume with the conclusion of these 2 classes, of the Class 1 and the Unlimited trucks, we'll get the 6100 qualifying underway. That's the number 67 Unlimited truck. And that truck is driven by Frank Napoli out of Las Vegas, Nevada. hope I'm saying that right. Napoli. Napoli. So I'll go with Napoli. And hopefully, again, Phil Iverson can give me the correct pronunciation of that while he's down there, standing track side. Okay. With that being the last of our Class 1 cars, we can stay here focused, looking for Jonathan Brenthel in the number 26 truck. He is what appears to be the lone unlimited truck out there. And I do believe Jonathan and Jordan are going to share driving duties with that truck as well. Today's live stream coverage brought to you by Hurling Racing. Joe and Jerry Hurling in the 6150 and 6160 trucks coming up here, respectively. Jerry Hurling having a hard time racing last weekend as he is recovering from a rollover. So we'll see how that plays into it. Did Jerry make the curtain call here for qualifying today? Hurling Racing, great to have them on board. They will be providing the live stream here at all four-wheeled events for the 2022 Legacy Racing Association entire year. So I got to press that. I got to stress that. We will be live streaming every single four-wheeled event for Legacy Racing Association. Check out the schedule at legacyracingassociation.org. Let's see if I can pull it up here on the computer and give you some of the things that we have available. Racing Association.org. Spell it right. So just Legacy Racing, I'm not saying it wrong. Let's hope I got it right. All right. I have to come back to that. But okay, coming into the pits at this time, you can see the 67 Unlimited truck of Frank Napoli. And as I said, I hope I'm not saying that name wrong. With the accent, it could be different. It could be Napoli. It could be Napoli. So if I'm saying that wrong, my apologies to Frank and everybody else over there. That is a Jimco chassis. The Napoli Group, Wix Racing engines, Maximum off-road transmissions, Jimco Method Race wheels, Patrick Signs, and Patrick's Graphics helping out with that truck. And if I was correct, this was the Class 1 car of Blaine Conrad, the 1512 car, but let's see if we can zoom in. Indeed it is. The 1512 car. Oh no, my bad again. This was a car that I couldn't see. The 1549 of John Reber. And looking like he's a little bit off pace here. I could be wrong. And there is the Unlimited truck. Oh, nope. I thought that was going to be Jordan and Jonathan Brenthel. But now, that is my first sight of the first 6100 truck. Let's get the 6100 class up here. And let's see if I can get a number on that. I wasn't able to view the number other than the 61. So I know now that the 6100 trucks are now taking the course for their qualifying lap. And what a list we have of 6100. Bobby Pierce out there in the 6123. If the list goes anything like it was for everything else, or let's see if we got it. That is going to be Bobby Pierce in the 6123 truck in a Brenthel Industries 6100 chassis. Now, you may ask what the difference between a 6100 truck and an unlimited truck. The 6100 class, as we see the 6146 truck, And that's Brent Fox with new livery on it. And what a beautiful truck that is. The new livery is awesome. But the difference between an unlimited truck and a 6100 is the 6100 class has spec engines. So they are all trying to level the playing field and keep the cost down of racing such a class as the unlimited trucks. The unlimited trucks on average could just spend accidentally easily $10,000 a weekend and I mean it's more than that, but I mean you got to think that to get these trucks, to prep them, to get the tires, the fuel, the logistics, the team, it is incredible. I mean, just gobs of money spent for this to get these trucks. So to keep the cost down, start leveling the playing field and making the engines a little more affordable. So indeed, out on the course right now are the ones that I see here in the studio. The 6123 of Bobby Pierce, and that is Brent Fox in the 6146 with the new livery on it. Oh, what a beautiful job Bobby Pierce is doing. He's got Cody Honea sitting next to him. And Bobby Pierce out of Gold Hill, Oregon. They made the trek all the way from Oregon. And Cody resides in Rogue River, and their sponsors include Maximum Off-Road Transmissions, Raceline Wheels, Timber Mountain Construction, and as I said, $100,000 on the line for the championship here at Legacy Racing Association. And this is the man right here to watch. This is Chasen Gaunt. He's in the number 6158, and he right now has his sight set and poised for that $100,000, brought to you by Diamondback Materials. Diamondback Materials putting up that $100,000. This is definitely going to make an interesting year for the 6100 class. As you see, like I've said, just under 20 trucks for today's event and for the weekend. So you're going to see some incredible racing here from the 6100 class. There we go, back to Brent Fox. Brent Fox and Caden McCachran. So Caden McCachran getting all the experience he can, and hopefully to follow in the footsteps of his famous dad. That's all I'm going to say. Mentioning as he likes to set his goals separate from his father's. So that's great to see Caden out here loving off-road racing as a family affair. Caden McCachran now 20 years old. So it's going to be great as we see this incredibly prepped 6100 truck of Chasen Gaunt. Maverick Gaunt will be up there as well. He's Chasen Gaunt, 25 years old, Smiley Motorsports sponsored, Geyser Brothers Chassis, Simpson, Ibach, Ebco, Walker Performance, Raceline Wheels, Roland Smoke Barbecue, JLM, RDE as a sponsor as well, and in conclusion, ZLT helping out Chasen Gaunt and their efforts for the 2022 championship here at Legacy Racing Association. Hurling Racing and Fusion Off-Road, providing the live stream coverage that you see here, making me sound and look so good out here in Turn 2 Productions. As I am live in the studio, Phil Iverson out handling trackside correspondence as we are looking at a great drone shot of Chasen Gaunt as he now comes into the infield. And this truck, if you look at it, a little bit different design there as you see the tires on the back, a little different design on this Geyser built chassis. Lots of things there on the roof for aerodynamics. The tires at an angle as opposed to flat. And here we're getting a look at the 6173 truck. And this is quite a story here as well. 6173 of young Connor McMullen out of Peoria, Arizona. And I too live in Arizona. And Connor McMullen has just been so competitive for the entire 2021 and 22 years, and he has just been on top of the podium multiple times. So it's going to be very interesting as we're getting a great shot here. Connor McMullen, I know his mother's watching. So shout out to Kim. Hello, Kim. Kim, arguably the largest off-road fan in off-road racing. Very proud of her son and what he is able to accomplish. Connor McMullen has again started off racing trophy karts in the short course series that I actually announced. So it's great to see these kids grow up now and get into other disciplines of off-road racing, such as desert racing here for the state line shootout here, right here in Prim. Great drone footage here. And this is the 6181 car of CR Guitar. That's a Geyser built chassis. RideTrekker.com, one of his sponsors, Service Manager Pro, and Z-Plan helping that car out as we get back to Connor McMullen. Now, very interesting there. You can see Connor McMullen's team electing not to run the spare tires there, and I'm assuming they're doing that for weight, as you would not want to take that those spare tires out for race day, 8 laps. You would hate to be stuck at the furthest part of the track without being able to replace a flat tire. Now, for qualifying, if he were to develop a flat tire during qualifying, that just means he is not going to be able to start in his desired position. But I'm going to call it, young Connor McMullen has the ability to get that truck up on the number 1 qualifying P1 for qualifying for tomorrow's race. So we'll look for that. Connor McMullen, 21 years old, out of Peoria, Arizona. Jenica Jenkins next to him. And Jenica, what a tough cookie she is. What a great co-rider. And Kevin McMullen's listed here, so I'm wondering if Kevin is going to have to co-ride with his son for Saturday or Sunday's event. What probably going to happen is Jenica is going to be in on Saturday and Kevin McMullen in for Sunday. Again, not talking to them, but just knowing how that team kind of runs, I'll bet you that is what is going to be the situation. Reed, back where were we at there? I said Reed Dodenbeer, but that's CR Guitar. We should see him come up over this jump as well. Hurling Racing, once again, big thank you to them for providing the live track coverage so you guys could watch it here. You can see the contingency right there, full of action out there. A lot of the teams standing on the water break, I guess, if you will, or just elevated section there. And as again, it just breaks my heart to see that roller coaster inoperative. And there you go, CR Guitar right there taking down one of the course markers. I'm not sure that there'll be any penalty for that, but he really came into that corner pretty hot. CR Guitar, other than that little slide out or error, he's looking pretty solid. Truck sounding good. It's great that you can hear that footage from the drone. All right, the 6177 truck, as I told you, we know this young man, Travis Williams, right here out of Arizona as well. He resides out in Avondale. He has I always say Avondale. Is it Avondale or Avondale? Yeah, I did hear that, Paul, my director here in the studio. But Travis out here out of Arizona as well. And Travis Williams has the ability and the speed to get that truck number 1 qualifier in P1. So, as I said, a little bit of looking into the crystal ball. And Travis Williams hates when I do this, but I'm going to go with Connor McMullen. Can Connor McMullen get the P1 here in qualifying as CR Guitar? He is finishing his qualifying run right there as he pulls into the pits. And back to that incredible drone footage. All right, once again, a big special thanks to Hurling Racing out there and Fusion Off-Road. Brian and everybody over there at Fusion Off-Road doing a great job at prepping the trucks today. So hopefully we'll get a glimpse of the 6150 and 6160 truck of Joe and Jerry Hurling out here at the State Line Shootout. As I said, Jerry Hurling taking a pretty hard roll during qualifying. Just before the finish line, he ended up rolling the truck. So it's going to be interesting to see what the boys at Fusion Off-Road have done. And is Jerry going to be in the driver's seat, or will they hand it over to Brian? Now, Brian, no slouch himself, he's been able to really drive these trucks. I'm going to look here and see if there's anything here on my notes that tell me. I don't even see Joe and Jerry Hurling on our list here. So it makes me wonder if they pulled out of this race. So if we don't see them, still though, a big thanks to Hurling Racing. It's a family thing for making this happen. And Fusion Off-Road, then a project that I was able to see from Fusion Off-Road, the T4 trophy truck, as we get our first glimpse at the 6101 truck of Travis Chase. And I do believe that is Travis Williams now coming into the pit. And as soon as I can fetch some results to let you know who qualified P1 here in the 6100 class, I will deliver that to you ASAP. All right, back to 6100 class qualifying. Let's look at this truck. The drone footage just crystal clear, but just too far for me to be able to determine which number that is. But I know that 6101 car right there of Travis Chase. You can see that beautiful silver stripe up there. Travis Chase, just a very competitive driver in the 6100 class. Send over to a friend. And Travis Chase, great drone footage there, so you can really watch the suspension of these trucks work and see how they handle. As the truck gets sideways there, you can see the rear tires get out of the groove and keeping the front tires in that groove. As we see another Brenthal truck coming into play. That was the truck that from earlier, and in a hurry, the 6155 truck of Kirk Harkley, with new livery as well, Recycle Wise, Brenthal Industries, Dempsey Adventures, Waypoint Navigation, and All Tech Motorsports. Okay, this is the first view of the Adam Householder truck, 6139. Out of Yorba Linda, and this is a Herps chassis, Smith-built chassis. We were talking about Smith-built chassis earlier, so very interesting to see Adam's choice of manufacturers out here to compete amongst a very competitive 6100 class, as we are back to the 6155 of Kirk Harkley. Kirk Harkley a little more cautious there through that off-camber turn. And I'm not sure that you will see that from the 6139 car of Adam Householder. Adam Householder, longtime off-road racer. Remember watching Adam in the same colored truck, just a beast of a pre-runner. He used to just terrorize every off-road event he could, even take it to the dunes and just go crazy out there off-road mobbing with the dunes, and getting him into off-road racing, and now seeing him a lot younger, or a lot older rather, and a lot wiser, and just a very, very dominant force out here in the Legacy Racing Association's series. As we continue to watch Kirk Hartley, see his style there through that corner. Very, very aggressive into that corner. Don't know that that shaved some time off his qualifying lap, but it definitely looked good to watch him put that truck sideways and stand on it in the corner as they come to a halt right there. And as he pulls into great drone footage here. I've got to give our drone pilot just a grip of recognition here, doing a great job here, finishing with the trucks and then zooming right into the next truck. What's his name? John? Wow, he is just doing a fabulous job covering here, as you see him now following the truck. As soon as I get a number, a lot of people here for 2022 changing their livery on their trucks. So I'm really having to focus on the numbers here, unless I just know the color scheme, or such as Adam Householder. As long as I've known, he's always had that blue and orange. The first time I ever seen his pre-runner, it's been that blue and orange. Definitely for forever. I mean, I'm gonna post that. But there that is, the 6133 truck. We got so many 6123. Is that the bottom Bobby Pierce rental entry? I do believe it is. So I will make sure and confirm that. Oh no, there it is, 6133, the LD Smith out of Commerce City. Already making mistakes here in qualifying. Don't want to make these mistakes here come race time tomorrow. By the way, if you guys haven't heard the schedule once again, race time will start promptly at 6:30 a.m. Heat 1. It's going to be the UTVs, the SR1 Class 11, Class 1, 2, 1600, the Sportsman UTV, Stock UTVs, and Sportsman 8100. So it's going to be interesting to see how the race starts early tomorrow, 6:30 a.m. Live stream brought to you by Hurling Racing and Fusion Off-Road will begin promptly. So make sure you tune in. 6 a.m. when we will start our live coverage here. I will be here in the studio at a brisk 5:30 a.m. to start Heat 1 for staging. And 9 o'clock will be Heat 2. They will also do 8 laps. And that will be Turbo UTV and the Unlimited UTV. So if you have plans on tuning in, 9 a.m., a great place to start. You already have your cup of coffee, a little bit of recovery from your time from the Cinco de Mayo party that you're still suffering from, as it is Cinco de Mayo tonight. All day, yeah, it is all day, as my director just said here in the studio. It is definitely an all-day event, and here we are in the studio watching qualifying in Primm, Nevada for the state line shootout. And we looks like a little bit off course there, the 6133. And that might put a dampener on his qualifying time. That might have taken a couple seconds off that. LD Smith getting a little wide there, 58 years old, out of Commerce City, Colorado. And for the first time, we see the 6108 of Chad Dorman out of Murrieta, California. And he is in a hurry. Our boy John doing a great job here in the drone footage here. And this corner right here, he's definitely got it down on where to put that drone so you can see that final corner. And that will finalize his qualifying run. And look at that, perfectly, just like last time. A little bit of deja vu here as the drone pilot perfectly navigates the truck off the truck finishing and getting it right into the next truck. Let's get a number. And that is the Motul entry, and I can tell that just by the name on the side of the truck, and that is going to be, I should know it. The Andre Lauren in the 6184 truck, because I had to find it. Out of Tiny, is it Tinny or Tiny, Ontario, making the trek all the way from Ontario. That is quite a run. There you go. The 6184 of Andre Lauren. I did have that right. And you see Andre also electing not to run a spare tire. Keep it light for qualifying, as every pound helps, and those tires can weigh as much as 150 pounds. They are big tires. Most of them 37 inches to 37 to 42 inches, depending on driver preference. Even it could be 39. I've seen efforts of 39 and a half. And you can see Andre Lauren right there, electing to keep his truck light without the spare tires. Well, and that's the thing in qualifying. If you have to stop to, and they're not starting on the pavement, they are actually starting on the dirt this time. If you have to stop to change your tire, you are already not going to be the top qualifier. So a lot of the teams, as you see here, electing not to run their spare tire. And again, beautiful drone work out here. The 6186 truck of Reed Dodenbeer. I love that turquoise body. And that is their, as I was telling you, a lot of the colors were able to define, as you know, each team. Obviously the Motul truck, that has been a classic paint job there with the teal, white, red with the darker, I guess I'd say ocean blue there, or royal blue. But that truck has been synonymous with that color scheme for as long as I have been desert racing. So it's great to see them. Tons of drones out there. You can see some of the drones, unless that is our drone. That is our drone. And you can see the Dodenbeer truck with teal excavating. Did I read that right? We don't have it listed, so I'll just read it off the door there. Loving watching everything here in high def, as the Motul truck looking like having problems with the course. So I wonder if that pushed him off the course, or if that's going to slow him down for his run for the P1 position, or is that going to better it? So interesting to see wherever that was done. Did he cut the course, or did he miss the course? Back to the Dodenbeer truck. As you see Andre Lauren finishing his qualifying run. And you can see them coming into the course right there. And that's kind of a little bit of a bottleneck there. Hopefully the trucks do remember to slow down, because you can see the staging of the next truck right on the other side of that jump there coming into the infield. Okay, now this truck electing to take the inside route there. I don't know if that saved a whole bunch of time, but that is a number on the roof, and I still missed it. 6130. No, that is going to be. Let's see if I can get that number again. I bet that's the 6120 of John Walton out of Sparks, Nevada. And the reason I would say that is that looked like an Armada Engineering chassis. I don't see it. Oh no, there could be another one. It could be Alan Levinson of the 6154. And that is an interesting concept there, a little bit different on the chassis. As you see, your traditional unlimited truck chassis here with the traditional body there that you'll see on a Jimco or a Mason or a Geyser. Geyser being the most dominant unlimited truck that I've seen, and you can see right there, that's the Armada Engineering. A little more aerodynamic, a little more a little more compact, rather, is what I'll use here. You see on your screen right now, that is a little closer to a traditional chassis. You can see that the cutouts there on the rear fenders to make way for the wheel travel. But back to the Armada Engineering. And there's an Armada Engineering truck, and that's the 6120. I do believe that's an Armada, so I hope I'm calling that right. Let's look at it. Indeed it was. It was John Walton, as I called it. Sponsors include KMC Wheels, VP Racing Fuels, Hurling Racing, once again, bringing you this live coverage of the 2022 Legacy Racing Association's State Line Shootout. Couldn't make this possible without the support of Hurling Racing. Hurling Racing, also Fusion Off-Road, doing a great job making sure that you have incredible lasting coverage here of the 2022 State Line Shootout here in Prim, Nevada. And a beautiful day there. As we come into the evening, we're going to get started with the Trophy Light Taco Shootout, I guess is what we'll call it, since it is the State Line Shootout. It's going to promise to be great. The Trophy Lights, what a great truck they are, all equally prepped, spec class. Same engine, same shocks, same everything. And there's another Armada chassis that we were talking about. You can see the difference there. The 6154 of Alan Levinson. He resides in Blue Diamond, Nevada. Robbie Woods Off-Road helping him out with that. And there's the other Armada chassis, the 6120. With $100,000 on the line from Diamondback Materials. These boys are definitely in a hurry. As you can see, the Walton truck. And it's really interesting to see both Armada trucks that we have entered in a State Line Shootout out here on the course at the same time. And you can see the very, very aerodynamic design. Just a little bit different than your traditional unlimited truck body. And you can see how they're able to stop the trucks there. As the official finish is long before that turn, but it's just so great. John doing a great job there flying the drone there, and it just seems how it's working out almost perfect. Right as the trucks finish, he's able to pick up the footage right there, as we see now. As soon as I get a number, I'll let you know who that is. Incredible high definition coverage here on my monitor in the studio. And I hope you guys are watching it through a very, very secure internet connection, because that will be able to bring the same vision that I have here in the studio. I'm really hoping you guys are able to watch it in the high resolution. As you see the truck of Alan Levinson, their bicycle. Very small numbers there, and there's that resolution I was talking about, the 6195. I don't know if you guys can see the letters, the numbers on that truck right there. They were only 6-inch letters. That is Russell Bowers out of Stockton, California. And Russell Bowers making the trek all the way from Stockton, California. That's up there in Northern California, and I know because that's where I'm from. Stockton, Modesto area right there. So it's good to see one of my neighbors, I guess you would, that where I grew up in my childhood, but I now reside here in Arizona. And yes, I say here in Arizona because if I haven't told you, I am in the studio here in Gilbert, Arizona, and watching this from a monitor and giving you the play-by-play action here making it all possible. Again, Hurling Racing, it's a family thing. And I cannot say enough that Hurling Racing, making sure, and I do want to tell you that Hurling Racing is going to make sure that we live stream every single four-wheeled event for 2022. So make sure you go check it out on the website, the schedule for the rest of the year. And Legacy Racing, I meant to say .org. I'm going to lose my job. It's legacyracing.net is the official website, legacyracing.net. Yeah, I was telling the crew here back in the studio that I was able to go back and see a lot of my mistakes. Well, there's another one. So thank God we found it on qualifying, legacyracing.net, and I'm sure I'm gonna hear from that one. So that is, you guys were live here to watch it. That is the first mistake I've ever made announcing in my entire career. I can hear my director over here yelling through the other room. Good times out here. Love it out here. Definitely very family-oriented racing organization here for Legacy Racing Association. And we definitely tease each other very hard, and I love it. All right, back to racing out of Stockton, California. The 6195 of Russell Bowers now on the screen. And this truck as well with a very modern unlimited truck body on it. Very small numbers though. Somebody should tell that boy to put some big numbers on that truck. But the numbers anymore just basically for identification purposes. These trucks have transponders in them, so their transponder keeps the score. The transponders more accurate than old school timekeeping, and they're safer. The transponders, everything is just much safer. Once again, Hurling Racing making this live stream happen for you, and Fusion Off-Road, simply some of the best trucks in off-road racing. Fusion Off-Road and Hurling Racing, it's a family thing. And here we are again, back to qualifying this truck right here in a hurry. And that is the 6133 truck of LD Smith. LD Smith, if I remember correctly, put that truck over on its side during qualifying. And so now LD Smith back behind the wheel. And qualifying appearing going much smoother for LD Smith, as you see it bicycling right there. So let's and I'm loving the one-piece body there that you see transitioning right into the rear fender. So, all right, very good. As I heard from Paul, my director, I just heard that this will be the final car in qualifying. So LD Smith will be coming in, and that's not LD Smith. That's a 6113. I thought that was LD Smith. I must have made my second mistake here today as well. So both mistakes out of the way. 6113 of Blaze Nunley. Said it clearly on the door, and I still got it wrong. So Blaze Nunley out of Tulare, California, in a Geyser-built chassis. So that concludes our unlimited truck and our 6100 qualifying. The more that I know about who took P1, I will keep you updated, and we'll be back.
wolf stalking its prey. You can try to hide, you can try to run. I caught the scent, I smell the blood. I'm coming for you. I'm coming for you.
several years of working in off-road, we got asked by a sand drag group in 2008 to start following their entire racing series, and that's when we decided to start Motorsports Safety Solutions. So when we first started in 2008, we had 6 people who were pretty much dedicated to following the different races that we did. We're well over 60 active members right now that help. Sometimes they're there for 2 to 3 races throughout the year. Some of them are there almost every single weekend. Different expenses we come across, fuel is obviously a big one. Hotel accommodations. If you're taking 40 people to a race to help people, there's 40 beds, you've got to find a place for people to sleep. So hotels, medical equipment, extrication gear. Our team has been extremely fortunate over the last several years to have great financial donors who have helped us step up. The off-road community has built this truck, they've built another one matching it. They've helped equip 6 other rescue trucks with everything from suspension to rescue tools, firefighting capabilities. We've got UTVs, we have motorcycles, we've got a trailer to cool people down and act as a first aid station. The off-road community is what has 100% made this possible for us to be as successful and have the great equipment that we have.
Rugged Radios. Work, race, play.
Hey, Steve, where you at?
Experience clear communications through headsets or helmet kits.
I'm up on the hill to your right. Oh, there you are.
Talk vehicle to vehicle.
Keep the radio contact going. Copy?
Talk to passengers.
Copy that, I gotcha.
And stream your favorite music. Complete communications for UTVs, base camp, toy haulers, or off-road vehicles. Rugged Radios, the authority in communications.
Jason, out here at the Legacy State Line Shootout. I'm here with the man, Donald Jackson. How you doing, buddy?
Good. How are you doing, Jason?
Fantastic. Hey, I've been asking you for 3 days. Take me for a lap around this thing. Will you do it?
Absolutely. We're going to take a lap around the State Line Shootout course here. It's 9 miles long. Got everything all marked out now. So we're going to give everybody a chance to see the course, what it's like to race State Line Shootout.
So you got 3 days of racing. You've got short course. You've got the regular desert shootout. And what we're going to go do right now is the 9 mile desert course, right?
Correct. We're going to jump out on the 9 mile desert course that you'll see on Friday and Saturday.
Fantastic. Well, is this where we're going to start right here?
Yep. Let's go.
Let's do this. You didn't say I was going to get dirty. That was awesome.
Yeah, there's a lap at State Line Shootout.
Holy cow, look at that monster down there. Fantastic.
Grab a gear into spring at 4WD with deals on tires, tops, accessories, and more. Take advantage of huge savings on BF Goodrich, Mickey Thompson, Falcon, and Goodyear. Transform your truck and save big with up to $750 back on select lift packages and save up to $200 on select soft tops. Grab a gear into spring and do your rig right at 4 Wheel Parts.
There's nothing wrong with looking good. But when riding is your passion, it's performance that matters. Like having the off-road's most advanced suspension. It monitors input from driver and machine 200 times every second and automatically adjusts each shock to flatten corners, soak up the bumps, and handle the hazards. Confidence and control for those who live to ride. Polaris, think outside.
Fastest growing segment for probably the last 10 years. This guy has been one of the leaders in that industry.
What these cars could do now is just really, really amazing. People want to go fast and not brake, and that's where we teamed up with Liquid Moly. Horsepower, reliability, and the maximum protection.
Extreme pressures and a lot of heat. We not only have an oil to suit those, but also an additive to protect the turbo systems. One of those products is going to be our MOS2 additive, a solid lubricant that goes inside the motor. It puts a load-bearing film inside the engine and protects not only your turbo, but all the moving parts inside the motor. Don't be afraid of losing your warranty. We have all the latest specifications. Dive into your service manual, look up the actual viscosity that it calls for, jump over to the Liquid Moly website, find the same matching product for your application, and you're good to go.
I got that right turn. We're good.
Let's meet up at the compound, group up.
At 10-4.
Yeah, for sure, dog.
Good, little driver, straight on through.
Soar over the dunes with the Sandblast by CST Tires. This lightweight, dune-engineered tire delivers maximum flotation and high performance. The size and tread design of the front tire creates excellent flotation and turning ability, so transitioning from dune to dune is effortless.
What up, guys? Fellow racers, this is Phil Iverson, Legacy Racing. I am here with the man, Trophy Lights, Jason Cobb. Tell you what, we got a crazy event coming out here tonight. So tell me about what you're running out here and tell me why.
So every year we do a special event for the Trophy Light racers, and it really showcases them, right? So normally we do it as a standalone race that we offer. This year Donald came to us and said, let us do it, and let's put it in conjunction with the State Line Shootout, and it sounded like a great idea to us. So the way we do our nationals is we want to find out truly who is the best driver. So we want 3 different disciplines. Well, this time we're actually putting our night event with one of our other disciplines, which is short course racing. We normally don't see that, and of course we've all seen nighttime short course racing, but not with lights on the truck, right? So we don't have a totally lit stadium course out here for a reason. This is desert racing. Right. Turn your lights on, go racing, right? And that's what we're doing. And then we'll turn around tomorrow and we'll do the desert courses.
Yeah, you know what's really funny though is you say that. Now this is your event, but you've also had a lot of faith in Donald out here with Legacy Racing to bring him in and be a part of this thing. That just shows how strong quality Legacy Racing is as well, and how strong your event is to be able to extend it and put it out like that. But now tell me the format that you're running today out here.
So today we're going to run, we didn't even tell the guys exactly what the format was. We kept it hush-hush. So we're going to run 12 laps in one direction, and then we're going to turn around at the break and we're going to go the opposite direction.
That's insane.
And it just doesn't, it doesn't happen that way, and we like having a lot of fun. And again, we're trying to showcase these guys' talents, and they're extraordinary drivers. So you're going to see the best going at it tonight.
But you're making it fun, ideally, and I also heard you a little bit ago, you were telling these guys, hey, we still got rules to follow, the round lights or square lights, but not both. So, I mean, you're still following the rules and guidelines that your traditional trophy lights have followed, correct?
Exactly. It's a spec class. They all have the same motors, the same shocks, the same lights, the same seats, the same chassis. So it's not budget racing, it's professional racing that the costs are capped, right? So, and because of that, we're going to follow the rules to the T, and that's very, very important to us.
Well, thanks a lot, Jason. We're going to take it back to you guys live, and I tell you what, this man's the man with the plan. Legacy Racing is the place to be out here at the State Line. Follow us. We got live feed coming to you all weekend long. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks so much, man. Hey guys, Phil Iverson out here with the director of Legacy Racing. We got Donald over here. He's going to explain a little bit about the track, tell you about a little bit about the sign behind me called the Joker. Let's see what he's got to say.
Yeah, you hit it right there, the Joker lane. So something unique to this event is a bypass of some of the course. So the Joker lane lets participants get an advantage at some point in the race of their choosing to get around maybe another competitor to gain time. So they skip about a half a mile of the course. Again, they can only do it once each day, but it gives an opportunity to get around the track. So where the vision canopy is behind us, that banner, that's the normal route, and then they get to use this one time throughout the day. And that's for both Friday and Saturday during the desert race, which is a 9-mile course right here in Permian, Nevada at the State Line Shootout. And that's where we're at today. Right. We got tech going on right now. So Thursday here, got tech rolling on tonight.
Qualifying today, and then trophy lights tonight, right?
Yep, correct. So qualifying here at 5 o'clock tonight, which will be live streamed as well.
Right.
And then trophy lights, night race, 8 o'clock on the short course track, and have a taco party and just going to have a good time and see how it shakes out.
Well, now tell me this. Now, we got a guy out here, he's chasing the $100,000, and there's only one person left that's eligible for it, chasing Gaunt. So, I mean, he's got everybody chasing him down, but he's actually chasing that money, isn't he?
Oh, absolutely. He's got some stiff competition. You know, he's got $100,000 up for grabs. He has to win the series out, so the next 5 races he has to win all the events to win $100,000. But his competition doesn't, you know, they're not just going to give it to him.
They're not going to lay over.
Yeah, exactly. So they're here to stop him. He's got some great guys going to give him a battle. And if that doesn't happen, he doesn't get the $100,000.
$10,000, right?
Yep, there's $10,000 up for grabs for the class championship. So
now, what do you think they spend on these? How much do you think these equipment cost, these 6100 series vehicles cost?
Oh, some guys are spending some ridiculous numbers.
Right.
It's crazy what they're up to. But the equipment, where it's come in the last few years, is pretty amazing. The talent of the drivers and the equipment combined shows some really, really fast times where you're seeing them finish right there at the top against some of the best in the business, in my opinion.
Right. Now, we've got a bunch of great sponsors, and we're going to get to them later on, but we're going to get back with you guys. We got qualifying today. We got trophy lights tonight. We got live action, like I told you. Mark Wright's going to be back in the studio keeping it real. I'll be right here keeping it real. You guys sit back and enjoy. We're going to have a lot of fun.
We are built on our core values, quality work that comes from the safety on our job sites, the teamwork that makes it happen from employees that are guided by integrity, and making a commitment that we are proud of at Stronghold Engineering. Our values have been instrumental in our success and ability to build or facilitate anything imaginable. Stronghold Engineering, building construction excellence since 1991. We are built on our core values, quality work that comes from the safety on our job sites, the teamwork that makes it happen from employees that are guided by integrity, and making a commitment that we are proud of at Stronghold Engineering. Our values have been instrumental in our success and ability to build or facilitate anything imaginable. Stronghold Engineering, building construction excellence since 1991.
All right, guys, here we are back to live action here at the 2022 Legacy Racing Association State Line Shootout here in Primm, Nevada. As you see right now, looking out onto the race course, you can see the Trophy Light class out on the course. This is the Trophy Light Taco Party. We've been talking about Cinco de Mayo. You just heard Phil Iverson and Jason Cobb talking very highly about this race. The Taco Party's coming up, as you see the graphic. You've got the racers in the 6075, Chad Woodruff out of Flagstaff, Arizona. His sponsors include Mossback, Babbitt Ford, and Vision X. In the 6086, Clayton Sullivan out of St. George, Utah. He's Teal Excavation, Hammer Nicker, Trophy Light is the sponsors on that truck. 6081, Larry Schmu. Wow, that's going to be a hard one. Larry Schmuser, I think I got it right there, out of Rifle, Colorado. Schmuser and Associates is the sponsor of that truck. And one of the winningest Trophy Light drivers in the history of Trophy Light, the 6066 truck, driven by Josh Cobb right out of Whitman, Arizona, and the 6012 truck of Greg Bragg. Now, the two to watch out here, the 6012 and the 6066 of Josh Cobb, and the 6012 of Greg Bragg. These two are reigning winners, or champions, I guess we could say, in this class. So it's going to be very interesting to see how this breaks down out here. As you see, it is very dark here out on the race course, and you can see those lights as they go up and down these whoop section right here, or rhythm section rather. The lights are going to be very distracting in a race started side by side like this in a 6-field truck. Truck class. This is going to be very interesting to see this, because there's going to be some door-to-door racing action, and just like short course racing, there's probably going to be a lot of carnage out here caused by these trucks racing this close together. Now, the interesting thing to understand about this class, these are equally prepared trucks. This is what we call a spec class. These trucks have the same engines, same shocks, even the same tires. So here you go, the green flag has waved, and now the 6-truck field goes into turn 1. Who's going to be out front? And I do believe that is the 6086 truck of Clayton Sullivan. We'll see if we get it. Greg Bragg right there in second place. Greg Bragg in the 6012 truck. And you can see them here leading into the short course. They've lit the track up as best they could, but they're going to have to rely on their lights, as you see the one truck with the amber lighting. And indeed, I called it right. Let's see if I got that right. I do have to see that truck number once again. I couldn't see the number plate, but I do believe that could be the 6075 truck of Chad Woodruff out of Flagstaff, Arizona, in that teal truck. But Greg Bragg now getting around that truck as they make contact. Very exciting. The truck still hasn't got it under control. I'm wondering if there's an issue with that truck, and you can see that the contact between him and Greg Bragg was able to knock one of his lights pointing out into the desert now. So now it's going to make visibility for him very limited. So now up front, the car I told you to keep an eye on, 6012, Greg Bragg. And again, our drone pilot doing a great job keeping this little shortcut course race under control. As you see the trucks now coming back down the straight, turn 1 straight, or finish line straight as we used to call it. And it would appear that they are running backwards on the course as a normal race. And it looks like, if I was correct, looks like they're just doing an oval race. So this is pretty exciting. This is more of a grudge match. And these trucks are still going to race tomorrow in the desert race. So very interesting to see this format out here at the State Line Shootout here in Primm, Nevada. And no, it isn't just a roundy round. They are going into the infield. So there's the 6080 truck. And I do believe that's going to be one of the Schmauser trucks, because I do not have the 6080 on my entry list. But here we go, Greg Bragg in the 6012. Can the 6066 truck of Josh Cobb get up there so they can battle it out? But next to him right now, the livery that I don't recognize, so I'm going to have to get a good view of that truck. But that is probably the 6075 truck of Chad Woodruff. And very exciting to see the very limited lighting there on the course, as the racers have to rely on their desert racing lights. As we know, the rest of this race for the weekend is all ran during the day, so the light's not required. So it's very interesting. There you go. You can see the Greg Bragg very clearly there. And that is the 66 of Josh Cobb. He's got new livery on the truck. So, and still trying to figure out who is in that turquoise truck. Still haven't got the number plate there. The number plates here, again, on these trucks, all located in the same place. Right behind the cabin, as you see there. Very central. But Josh Cobb, the two I told you to keep an eye out for, Josh Cobb and Greg Bragg. These two have raced for Trophy Light for multiple seasons, and these two have been in this exact position. As you see Josh Cobb choosing the inside line of Greg Bragg, staying fat and happy out there on the outside. Now Greg Bragg now coming down the finish line straight away into turn one. Great coverage here by our drone pilot. And look at this, coming back at you down the front straightaway into the second place. And I was told this is going to be 8 laps here, so we're going to have 8 laps of the infield. So this is just a little grudge match, a great show. And this is a great way to determine your starting order by how you finish in this race. And I'm assuming the boys at Trophy Light, Jason Cobb, and the boys and girls have deemed that the way that they are going to get their starting order is the finishing order of this race. So it's a beautiful little short course race to show the versatility of this. And there's the Woodruff truck of this Trophy Light spec class. As you see the Chad Woodruff truck, the number 6075, and Josh Cobb now trying to put the pressure or keep the pressure on Greg Bragg. But Greg Bragg now, Josh Cobb getting aggressive. If that was Josh, no, that was, and it's hard to keep the vision on these trucks in the dark. So that was Woodruff, but that was one of the other trucks, as you see, losing body panels. I told you that was going to be part of this race. So let's try to keep track of the action here. And that truck, as we see into the far right corner up there, coming into the last corner, definitely very aggressive move there, put on the Woodruff. And there's that door banging that I told you, a very aggressive pass. And this is just racing for starting position. So that driver wanted it pretty bad. I'm going to assume that is Clayton Sullivan or Larry Schmauser. And there is one extra truck out there that I do not have information on. But back to racing. The drone footage, just incredible. And what I'm actually seeing here from the drone footage is that there are what appears to be two very distinct courses, if you will. As you can see the trucks in the background, unless this is just a horseshoe configuration, which there it is. Okay, so it's just a horseshoe configuration on the short course track. And absolutely amazing that the drone pilot is able to stay clean and clear of any of the obstacles that he has to fly out there in the nighttime. I'm wondering if the obstacles are simply the light towers, but this has got to be exciting to watch this live out there at Primm, Nevada. Really excited to see how a little bit of short course and desert racing comes into play. And you can see a lot of the drivers there lighting up. The battle continues up front. Greg Bragg out front, but right on his heels, it is Josh Cobb. Josh Cobb not giving Greg any ground. And that's the truck that bumped into the Woodruff truck there. And not a lot of damage to the Woodruff truck, but a lot of body panels were able to come off. So Josh Cobb now put the pressure on Greg Bragg. Right there, bumper to bumper, as they come down the finish line straightaway once again. And no flags flying yet. Greg Bragg, a little different line than Josh Cobb. Josh Cobb keeping it tight. Greg Bragg staying loose, but then coming into the skirt. And now Greg Bragg extending his lead down the straightaways. I wonder if Josh has a little better gearing for the low end grunt of the engine. Now these engines are just four-cylinder Ecotech engines, rather. Well under 300 horsepower. So these trucks vary down on power. So the thing is, this is a driver's class. You really have to drive these things and know what you're doing, and to put him especially into a short course race like this. And Greg Bragg, though, doing a great job holding off Josh Cobb. I'm assuming that we'll talk with the winners here. And Josh Cobb to the inside. Can he make the pass stick? They're side by side, but Greg Bragg now, again, extending that lead there. But they're fender to fender right now. Greg Bragg to the outside. Once again, Josh Cobb to the inside. Can Josh make the pass stick? And Josh Cobb now inheriting the lead from Greg Bragg. Can Greg Bragg get back around Josh Cobb? This is very exciting. There you go, Greg Bragg again with that straight speed. But Josh Cobb able to get back around and keep Greg Bragg at bay there coming into turn one.
He passed him.
What a great view here from my vantage point seeing in the studio. But I bet these two trucks sound incredible battling out. You see Josh Cobb there, lone pilot. He's in the truck by himself. I'm wondering if that is what a lot of the other racers have done, which it does appear to be the story. But Josh Cobb out front. Can he hold on, as he's going to have to start dealing with some lap traffic? Now, lap traffic starts to create a problem is because you have to have your strategy on what you're going to do to be aggressive with the lap traffic. If you get too aggressive, you'll find yourself on the outside, and your competition that's chasing you can very easily tuck to the inside. So a lap driver can very easily create an issue to where you go from the lead back down to second place in a hurry. So Greg Bragg now trying to stay close to Josh Cobb, but Josh Cobb extending his lead. He's got about a 4-truck lead now ahead of Greg Bragg. So Josh Cobb, if he just keeps that truck under control, barring any issues that he has, and stays consistent, Josh Cobb can drive it all home. Loving the new livery on the truck. Vision and Hill Tech is what I think I saw on there. With the white and gold looking good. And now Josh Cobb extending that lead to probably about 10 trucks at this point. As you see, a lot of body damage on that truck in the rear quarter panel, or the rear fender rather. But and there you go. You can see it would appear that there's going to be a different gearing. Now that's some of the things that the drivers can change, is the gearing to give them the competitive advantage. They can also tune their shocks to their desired or to their driving skill. So there's minor adjustments that can be made to the trucks, but these trucks start off the same truck, equally prepped in Wickenburg, Arizona, or the driver of the truck can prep their own truck. And I do believe Greg Bragg preps his truck, but Josh Cobb and the boys in Wickenburg at the Trophy Light facility can prep anywhere from, to a single truck all the way to about 6 or 7 trucks. So for these races. So these trucks are equally prepped. I was actually able to go and see the Trophy Light facility, and a very top-notch organization there. And they definitely, Josh Cobb and the boys do a great job keeping the trucks. As you see, either a caution here or that truck just slowing down. So Josh Cobb still up front, but Greg Bragg not just giving it to him or letting go or letting it up easy as they come down the back straightaway at the Prim, Nevada facility. And there you can see Greg Bragg not having the top end speed. Or is it the opposite? Greg Bragg has the top end speed and Josh Cobb has the corner speed. I think that's more accurate there as you get a look at the facility heading towards the west. and Josh Cobb hard on the binders. You can see the rear end of that truck lifting up, as in contrast, Greg Bragg having his rear end a little more squatted into the corners. And that goes back to that setup that I was talking about. So you can really set the truck up, and you can see Josh's truck lifting up there, and Greg Bragg staying a little more planted on the rear. So that would tell me probably a little less preload on Greg Bragg's four-link, and Josh's probably a little more aggressive. Now, that may not be the case. It just is what I can see here from my vantage point here in the studio. So that's the 6086 truck of Clayton Sullivan. Indeed, I did have it right. So Clayton Sullivan, after leading early, you can see some of the damage that he incurred going in. So there's a good vantage point there. So there is Jason Cobb. You can see the racers there at the track. It's a white flag, so last lap. Can Josh Cobb hold off Greg Bragg? And you can see the lights there on the bottom of the push bumper. And look at that. Greg Bragg not letting Josh Cobb have it. He's now closed the gap. He's within two or three trucks of Josh Cobb coming into turn one. Josh Cobb, though, maintaining that lead, and he's trying to block that, keep that line away from Greg Bragg. And this goes back to where I was telling you, these trucks are equally prepped. So this is a driver's class. You really have to outdrive the other driver because they don't really have an advantage in their vehicle because, again, these are equally manufactured trucks, same A-arms, same everything down to the tires. So these trucks in a drag race should finish, within a few feet of each other. But now you can see Greg Bragg there. He coming out of turn two, getting a little sideways there, and that every little thing causes a second or so. And Josh Cobb and Greg Bragg now coming in second place, and these results are unofficial. And I do believe the third truck is going to be Clayton Sullivan out of St. George, Utah, in that teal excavation, teal body truck. And the 6086 will be followed. There's Clayton Sullivan taking the checkered flag. So now I heard that it was 8 that way, and we're going to have to sit here and watch this together. And if these trucks line back up, they're going to go 8 laps the other way.
Yeah, I guess so.
So there you can see the pace vehicle back out on the course.
Yeah.
And let's look around here and see what's going to happen as the rest of the field takes the checkered flag as well. Jason Cobb. Okay, so now the yellow flag is out.
Yeah.
Let's pay attention here
The main thing is
to see what Legacy Racing and Trophy Light organization does here with this class. 6 trucks out there. And I do believe every truck
How long is the break, Jason?
Into the second half.
10 minutes.
So I think we're going to bunch up the trucks unless this is just like a Triple Joe's Racing.
10-minute break coming up, Paul.
So it'll be interesting to see. There's a great shot of the first 3 trucks. Josh Cobb out front out of Wickenburg, Arizona. And Greg Bragg, longtime Trophy Light racer out of Visalia, California, has won the championship here in Trophy Light.
Okay.
If memory serves correctly.
Did you keep? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So the pace vehicle out on the course. And I do believe you can see the hot pits right there in the middle. So it's going to be very interesting to see what happens next. The rumor that I heard is that they will regroup and do the course backwards.
Nah, he's for Dirt Nation and I'm turn 2.
I've not seen that. Now, is there another possibility that these are the last remaining trucks? Because as they group up, I'm not seeing any of the other 3 trucks. And are they just going to make this the mandatory caution? I have yet to see what's going on. It's the taco party right here with Trophy Light. And once again, a very special thanks to Hurling Racing. It's a family thing. They are making sure that this live stream coming at you and definitely a great job by Turn 2 Productions and all the people over here with great camera angles. This drone pilot, my goodness. Okay, so you see the 3 trucks.
Yeah.
If they're going to do it traditional short course style, the pace vehicle will pull off probably here before this corner,
Be kicking up dust for you,
and the race vehicles will tighten up, and they will receive a checkered flag. So, if that's the event, can Josh Cobb hold the thwarts off of Greg Bragg, or will Greg Bragg find the weakness in Josh Cobb? All right, we're going to a break. Let's do a break.
Right over here. Yeah. And when they come in, they'll hit that. Normally in a form of
Here to the taco party, the Trophy Light Taco Party, and I've got some results here sent to me I'd like to share with you guys if you guys are tuning in live to hear it. We've got the qualifying from the Unlimited Trucks and the Class 1. Unlimited Trucks, it is our reigning champion, Eric Husted out of St. George, Utah. He qualified in P1. In the Class 1 car, we've got Blaine Conrad ahead of Nick May in second place and Jake Johnson, our reigning Class 1 champ, qualifying third position in P3. But now let's take a look at the top 6,100 This is the big deal. There are 16 trucks, as I said, just under 20 trucks. As you see the trophy lights here in the pit lane, now making sure, double checking, because I do believe this is a two-part deal. But while we are watching this live coverage, let's get back to understanding who has qualified. I'm going to read off the top 6 qualifiers in the 6100 class. Chad Dorman out of Murrieta, California. I'm having a hard time with that word tonight. In the 6100 class, proving to be the fastest qualifier. Chad Dorman followed up by Chasen Gaunt and Adam Householder, your top 3 qualifiers. Young Connor McMullen taking P4, and Blaze Nunley, you saw him, and I was misannouncing whose truck that was, but qualifying in 5th place. And your 6th place, Brent Fox, and we'll go right down the rest of the list. Brent Fox in 6th. Now, Travis Chase 7th, Travis William in 8th, Reed Dodenbear in 9th, Andre Lauren finishing 10th, C.R. Guterre in 11th, Alan Levinson 12th, Bobby Pierce 13th, Kirk Harkley 14th, L.D. Smith, Russell Bowers, and John Walton will round off the 6100 class and how they finished here in qualifying. So Chad Dorman will take the 6100 class out to do battle right here at the State Line Shootout. Chasen Gaunt, though, a lot to say about that young man. Chasen, definitely after that $100,000 brought to you by Diamondback Materials. If you guys haven't paid attention to this, the 6100 class, that would definitely account why there are over 15 entries. And this is a beautiful drone shot of, you can see the trophy light guys having the hot pit lit up and just doing a once over on these trucks. Greg Bragg, though, getting around the early class, race class leader. Let me get my entry list back up here, of Clayton Sullivan, 61 years old, out of St. George, Utah, taking the lead early on the green flag. Greg Bragg then inheriting the lead with Josh Cobb on his tail, as you see the rest of the trucks here making sure everything is okay. A lot of the trucks did a little bit of banging, but the trophy light guys having plenty of parts to spare. They show up to these kind of races with third members, A-arms, shocks, wheels, tires, everything that would prevent one of the customers. Because if you don't know about the trophy light class, not only is this a spec class, this is a class that you can actually rent a race truck and race it. This is seriously the best entry-level, bang for your buck off-road racing in off-road racing. This is just an incredible class. All right, we're going to go back to break. Stick around.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good.
Let's meet up at the compound group up.
That's 10-4.
Yeah, for sure, dog.
Good, little driver, straight on through.
There's nothing wrong with looking good. But when riding is your passion, it's performance that matters. Like having the off-road's most advanced suspension. It monitors input from driver and machine 200 times every second and automatically adjusts each shock to flatten corners, soak up the bumps, and handle the hazards. Confidence and control for those who live to ride. Polaris, think outside.
Grab a gear into spring at 4WD with deals on tires, tops, accessories, and more. Take advantage of huge savings on BF Goodrich, Mickey Thompson, Falcon, and Goodyear. Transform your truck and save big with up to $750 back on select lift packages and save up to $200 on select soft tops. Grab a gear into spring and do your rig right at 4 Wheel Parts.
Fastest growing segment for probably the last 10 years. This guy has been one of the leaders in that industry.
What these cars could do now is just really, really amazing. People want to go fast and not brake, and that's where we teamed up with Liquid Moly. Horsepower, reliability, and the maximum protection.
Extreme pressures and a lot of heat. We not only have an oil to suit those, but also an additive to protect the turbo systems. One of those products is going to be our MOS2 additive, a solid lubricant that goes inside the motor. It puts a load-bearing film inside the engine and protects not only your turbo, but all the moving parts inside the motor. Don't be afraid of losing your warranty. We have all the latest specifications. Dive into your service manual, look up the actual viscosity that it calls for, jump over to the Liquid Moly website, find the same matching product for your application, and you're good to go.
There you go, guys. We're going to sit in and watch this beautiful drone footage right here in extreme high definition. I truly hope you guys are experiencing what I am seeing here in the studio in high def here on the live stream, because it is just amazing. But you can definitely see the drone footage is just, I just can't believe the clarity. All right. I want to say once again, special thanks to Hurling Racing for making sure that our live stream is incredible. All the people of the Hurling Racing team for their support and allowing us to bring this event along with the entire 2022 Legacy Racing Series. That's correct. We are going to have every single four-wheel race for 2022 live streamed, and a big special thanks to Hurling Racing and everybody over there at Fusion Off-Road as well. So Hurling Racing, we couldn't do it without you. This on behalf of everybody here at Legacy Racing, thank you once again for making sure we have live coverage of the 2022 Legacy Racing Association's entire series. This is the 2022 State Line Shootout right here in Primm, Nevada, and some great shots coming from the Primm facility there as they get the trucks ready. The situation that I heard here is that once these trucks return to qualifying, they're going to do the same course they just did, but backwards. So can we get it as exciting as it was last time with our early leader, Clayton Sullivan, doing a great job getting his truck out in front, but quickly got passed by Greg Bragg and Josh Cobb, and they battled it out. Josh Cobb staying patient until Greg Bragg was able to open the door, allowing Josh Cobb. You can definitely see a difference in driving styles. Greg Bragg staying pretty much neutral in the track, not staying tight or loose, and he was staying pretty neutral. Josh Cobb, though, keeping his lines tight, staying to the inside of the turns, and it's paid off for him. And a little bit of racing knowledge or experience that I have learned, the inside line may not always be the smoothest, but in my opinion, it is always the fastest. So the inside line, and here's a great job at looking at the architecture of these very equally prepped trophy light trucks. And I was going to tell you before we went to break last time about this racing organization and Trophy Light. This is a show up and drive spec class. That means you can contact the people at Trophy Light and you can show up and drive these trucks. You can rent these trucks for the cost of logistics and everything else for the truck, prep work and everything, and you just simply show up. The truck is ready and waiting for you. So if something you're interested, go check it out. The Trophy Light Team Chevrolet and Trophy Light Taco Party. This has proven to be one incredible race here. As you see the crowd at the racetrack anxiously awaiting the winner of the Trophy Light qualifying Taco Party. So very, very interesting concept here that Jason Cobb and the Jacksons have put together here from Legacy Racing to make it a very exciting night of racing. So here we go.
How do you take your new rig from this to this and get it ready for this? The journey kicks off with a trip to Four Wheel Parts, where you're in the driver's seat and we're right there with you. With our 60 years of experience and thousands of vehicles built, we'll transform your Bronco with the all-new line of 4WP factory accessories. For extra protection from off-road hazards, more ground clearance for tougher terrain, accessories for the outdoor lifestyle, or parts that'll make your rig truly unique. Whether you want to order the best parts online, shop in store, do the work yourself, or have it built by a pro, all trails lead to the truck, Jeep, or Bronco of your dreams. Because nobody knows off-road like four-wheel parts. Do your Bronco right.
Fastest growing segment for probably the last 10 years. This guy has been one of the leaders in that industry.
What these cars could do now is just really, really amazing. People want to go fast and not brake, and that's where we teamed up with Liquid Moly. Horsepower, reliability, and the maximum protection.
Extreme pressures and a lot of heat. We not only have an oil to suit those, but also an additive to protect the turbo systems. One of those products is going to be our MOS2 additive, a solid lubricant that goes inside the motor. It puts a load-bearing film inside the engine and protects not only your turbo, but all the moving parts inside the motor. Don't be afraid of losing your warranty. We have all the latest specifications. Dive into your service manual, look up the actual viscosity that it calls for, jump over to the Liquid Moly website, find the same matching product for your application, and you're good to go.
All right. Back to the action here at the Trophy Light Taco Party. You can see the trucks now back out on the course. Now, indeed, they are now going backwards as you see the pace vehicle from the original laps we just saw. So, what an interesting format we have here, the short course for their qualifying, and I bet everybody who is there spectating is truly enjoying this. So, a recap of the last race. Out early, Clayton Sullivan. They're going to do one more lap. When you see the flag man do that, that means they got to tighten them up. One more lap. So we are one truck down, one truck not able to make the curtain call. So a list of 5 trucks. Recap last race. Clayton Sullivan taking the early lead in the Teal Excavation Trophy Light. Greg Bragg in the 6012 truck was able to get around Clayton Sullivan, but in tow and able to make the same pass, the 6066 truck of Josh Cobb. And there you go, you can see the trucks as they get bunched up, they try to keep it tight. This time they will be going in the reverse direction, and this is a very interesting concept here. Knowing Jason Cobb, I'm fairly certain this is going to be one of his brainchilds, and that may be the missing man that we just saw there in the white truck now, as they gave him one more lap and one more opportunity to get in to the field of trophy lights. But can Josh Cobb hold off the momentum from race number 1? And here in the second part of the race, and I do believe that's going to make us a 6-truck field again, so they're going to have to get side by side. Indeed, that was the missing truck. We are a 6-truck field once again. So Josh Cobb able to get to the half point first, and had Greg Bragg very closely on his heels. So that is telling me we have a very, very equally prepped truck and equally skilled driver. So who is it going to be? Can Greg Bragg get it done and be able to, at the end of this party, say I qualified in P1, or is Josh Cobb going to be victor? We're about to find out. I got to tell you guys from the studio, this is really interesting to announce because I was a short course announcer for several years. So now being here in the studio, able to watch this. The pace car turns off. We're watching the flag. We're going green. There you go, Greg Brad with the hold shot, unless he jumped the gun. And there you can see these 4-cylinder engines. They're going to stay tightly bunched here in the beginning. Oh, and Clayton Sullivan trying to get a hold of Josh Cobb, and that could lead to some issues. That was a hard hit, and let's hope that it didn't take Josh's tire down, but it did. I can see already that Josh's tire is going to be going down, and that is going to spell disaster for Josh Cobb. Clayton Sullivan now, wow, really aggressive there, but now Greg Bragg able to enjoy some clean air. I told you this was going to be some door banging, but now what do we have going on here? I'm wondering if they're going to red flag. Oh, they are definitely going to red flag this race and restart it. So this is going to be good news for Josh Cobb. Now, if they are staying true to true short course, this is going to be very interesting if I did see that tire going down. Because Josh Cobb is going to be able to, as long as he makes it to the finish line here on that flat tire, he's going to be able, yep, they're red flagging it until they get that car back over. Now, if Josh Cobb has a rear tire, the left rear tire going down, I'll bet you they're going to pit him and allow him to change that tire. But it doesn't look like Josh is making any advances to the pit. So this is going to be interesting to see. Might have just been an illusion that I had, that I saw of a tire, so ignore my statements here of the earlier. They're going to get the number 6086 truck turned back over at Clayton Sullivan, and that would tell me that Clayton Sullivan came out on this second half way too aggressively. Came out really aggressive into Josh Cobb early on into turn 1. And now here in turn 2, we find Clayton Sullivan over on his side. So hopefully not a lot of damage done to the truck or to Clayton Sullivan either. And both the truck and driver, I don't see paramedics going too crazy, so that would tell me that the driver is fine. So now, as you see the people over at Motorsports Safety Solutions, making sure that everybody's safe and getting that truck turned back over and hopefully return to competition. You can see in the background, Greg Bragg, followed up by Chad Woodruff, Larry Schmauser in the 6081, and Josh Cobb. And maybe it just looking like a down tire to me. And Clayton Sullivan able to get that truck refired, not a lot of smoke. A little bit there, you can see coming out of the, more than likely, that is the oil breather tank. The oil tank is a recovery tank that allows the oil to be cooled and recirculated and stored in a large tank until it goes into the dry sump system, into the Ecotec 4-cylinder engine. And whether it's a dry sump setup or not, a recovery tank like that is excellent for returning cool oil to the engine and keeping the engine just ultra cool. So here we go. As I do believe I can see the flashing light of that red truck of Greg Bragg. And in second place, it is the black truck that I have had a hard time seeing the number on to definitively give you who's driving that. But there is Josh Cobb. Now, you can see Josh Cobb. No, that is not Josh Cobb, rather. And I was going to say that you can see the damage done to the body there as the roof is missing and everything. But that is not the case. So, are we missing Josh Cobb, or is that him in third place? We'll find out as we come in here in the lights. The great drone footage here. Just incredible. Has been a pleasure to be in the studio and announce this. So let's see what we got here. Just as I spoke too soon about the drone footage. Yep, go back to the drone footage. That's what I was saying. All right, 4 trucks down the back straightaway behind the Pace vehicle. And you can see the power lines right there. And that's what I'm amazed that the drone pilot, you can just see the power lines that just came into view. Is that going to be the end, or is that Josh Cobb now coming back into view here? Okay, so there you see. So Josh definitely had a tire going down. Well, not definitely, but in my view, what I can see here in the studio, Josh Cobb had a tire going down. And he's going to return to the field, but he's going to have to make up quite a bit of ground to get back up to Greg Bragg. Because having to pass the rest of the field is going to prove to be strenuous. They're going to have to push it because the pace vehicle pulling off, and I don't know what happened here. Was Greg Bragg falling asleep? Did somebody jump the gun? All right, we'll see how we're going to see how this plays out here. As the truck that I have not been able to identify yet just jumped right around Greg Bragg on the start. Did Greg Bragg fall asleep? Was he watching a gauge? Did the other truck? Yes. So they're going to restart it one more time. The pace vehicle's back out. All right. So set them back up. I don't know what happened there. Very interesting, but the pace vehicle is back out. So it would appear that there's a little bit of confusion there. Now this is going to be good for Josh Cobb as long as he's still on the lead lap. Okay, so you can see Donald Jackson there is going to get out of the pace vehicle and set the field correctly, or tell that driver there to not jump the gun. Wait for the green flag. Same with you, Greg Bragg. Wait for the green flag. So pretty amazing that all 6 trucks are still in this qualifying heat. And you can see Josh Cobb now having to line up in a very unfamiliar starting position for him, as he has to line up on the back row. All right, so Donald Jackson and the crew doing a great job out there, making me wish I was out there live on this Cinco de Mayo, the Trophy Light Taco Party. Hurling Racing, it's a family thing. Doing a great job, incredible job, as you see these beautiful, incredibly clear drone shots right here. I hope I get to meet the drone pilot someday and shake his hand and tell him thank you for making my job easy in the studio, as I'm able to get a great bird's eye view here of the trucks. My producer here, Paul, is telling me that it's a gentleman named John. I cannot wait to meet him. John, is that right, Paul? Oh, I probably met him before, so I was figuring I probably have met him, but I can't wait to tell John that, wow, dude, you did a great job. I hope you guys are enjoying it as well. Brought to you by Hurling Racing and the boys over at Fusion Off-Road. Very excited about their new T4 program that they're trying to get implemented into racing. It's an incredible unlimited truck, and you guessed it, T4, so a 4-cylinder unlimited truck, but very light, very similar to the chassis of these Trophy Lights, but just a little bit more desert truck. But these Trophy Lights, they were slated, I do believe they were Trophy Lights were a brainchild originally of the, if I can remember the brothers' names, but it was a family deal that started this spec class. I do believe then the ownership, I'll try to remember who it was, starts with an S, but Scaronis. Was it the Scaronis? No. Was it? Possibly. I think it was. So I do believe the Trophy Light history was Matt Scaroni, his brother, I do believe. I can't remember. And I do believe Greg Fouts. Now, this is just recollection and a little bit of memory, so don't quote me on any of this. But then it was sold to Greg Fouts, and Greg Fouts headlined it for a while, and now the Cobbs, Jason Cobb, Gretchen Cobb, and Josh Cobb. Josh Cobb definitely works very hard for these, and I know Jason works hard to keep this series alive. And with the advent of Legacy Racing, the Cobbs and the Jacksons able to really make this part of their show. And as my producer said, this is really saving the show here tonight. Just what a great job. And it looks like they're going to take it single file, as it is not a complete restart. They'll take it single file, get the green flag, and they'll have to muster around. And I do believe they'll just get it started right here. They won't even take a lap. If they're lined up and stay bumper to bumper and tighten it up, I do believe we are going to have a conclusion to the Trophy Light race. And there you go, Josh Cobb in the 6066 having to start dead last. Can he get around and get back on the bumper of Greg Bragg? Stick around, we're about to find out. Base vehicle is peeling off. Greg Bragg leads them into the front straightaway. Can we get a green flag start? And there we go. Green flag is out. Greg Bragg now on the skinny pedal, coming into turn 1. And you can see the lights of the next two vehicles. They appear to be side by side. Can we get in to the center of the course cleanly? And it looks like all 6 trucks. Josh Cobb having to take up the tail end of this race. Already getting around, as you see Josh threading the needle right there and getting around 2 trucks before turn 2. Josh Cobb is out for blood. And look at that, Josh Cobb quickly already into 4th place. Now Josh Cobb, that straightaway speed that he had earlier, already challenging for 3rd position. Yes, indeed. Josh Cobb did start dead last. And now you can see Josh Cobb to the outside in the dust. Can't see where he's going. Had to lift and check up. Wow. He is not up in position, but Josh Cobb putting on a show for everybody that you saw there in the delay of the 2 cameras. You can see Josh Cobb getting lost out there on the outside of the marbles. Off-road racing still has marbles as well. You get too far out, that's where everybody pushes the larger clods of dirt out. So it's marbles just like in NASCAR. And in NASCAR, though, it is actually the surface of the tires that build up out on the course. As they go around, the tires deteriorate and send their material out to the outer skirt of the track. And the same here as in off-roading, but instead of the rubber, it's throwing the larger clods off what we call a blue line. You can see the blue line developing right there where the trucks are in there, right there to the left. And in the corners, you can see Greg Bragg, though, the man of the hour, the 6012 GB Racing truck, and Josh Cobb already to 2nd place. He's a man on a mission. And the Woodruff truck in 3rd place, unofficially, 6075. But Greg Bragg, he's got to know that Josh Cobb is going to catch up quickly. And now we're going to get it back to a repeat of round 1. And just 4 short laps. Can Josh Cobb get back to the bumper and get around Greg Bragg for the conclusion of qualifying? It's the Trophy Light Taco Party. And as you look out here from this great drone footage, I know I've said it a lot, but what a great view to watch all the trucks battling it out and see the other 2 trucks not quite pulling away of Greg. There it is, what I'm talking about right there. As you see Josh Cobb coming under the light, and Greg Bragg, you can really gauge how far of a lead Greg Bragg has. And Greg Bragg, a champion in this Trophy Light racing, and this is also a very incredible class that when you're done racing at the end of the night over beers, to sit there and have some incredible bench racing stories here. And this night right here is going to be nothing short of spectacular in the same sense. Greg Bragg is going to be able to say that he got around Josh Cobb, and Josh Cobb having to start dead last and get into the whole field. And at this point, you can see Greg Bragg extending his lead over Josh Cobb. I don't think Josh Cobb is going to have anything for Greg Bragg. So Greg Bragg, more than likely, with no problems till the checkered flag, is going to be starting in P1 tomorrow for the race. And let's go over that schedule. Tomorrow's schedule for everybody that joined in, 6:30 Heat 1 will start, and that's going to be the UTVs, the RS1, Class 11, and 1-2-1600. So racing starts promptly right here again on live stream, brought to you by Hurling Racing. It's a family thing, so thank you, incredibly thank you, Hurling Racing, for making this all possible. And we will make sure that we are live streaming every single four-wheel race of the 2022 Legacy Racing Association Series. And this one here is so far proven to be spectacular. It's the State Line Shootout in Primm, Nevada. And again, I know I've been saying it this whole time while watching qualifying, the drone work here, just incredible. A great view of the way that Greg Bragg and Josh Cobb's truck worked there on the rhythm section. You can see that Josh Cobb a little bit different on his setup, and maybe just a little smoother, but he was able to jounce out of his line there, which could cost him a second or two. And Greg Bragg, what a great view. This is a great trackside view right there. And this drone footage right here should show you the gap between first and second place here. And I love the moving in and out of the lights. This creates such a crazy dynamic, because you have to really rely on the lights, or you have to rely on your sensory. There's been race car drivers that have been able to navigate some of the oval tracks pretty much with their eyes closed, just because they know how it feels. They've repeated the motion over and over enough. So it's very interesting to see if they're, relying on their sensories here, their other sensories, when they get into the dark here. Because this part of the course right here, the rhythm section, is not lit up. So you really have to rely on these lights. And if you look, they don't have an incredible set of lights on these trucks. They're keeping it minimum to try and not to blind the drivers or keep it safe. So a very interesting concept here that the boys and girls at Legacy Racing Association have put together here. Bringing you this format for qualifying. I bet the energy there at the track is simply electrifying. So good job for everybody at Legacy Racing, and good job to Trophy Light for having this concept. And what an incredible thing to sit here and announce. Greg Bragg still out front. I just don't think Josh Cobb is going to have anything for him. And they've got to be on the final lap, or coming into the final lap here shortly. And you can there is that drone work again that I was telling you, that you can see the difference in the two trucks and how they work going into the rhythm section. And you can see one of the drivers here electing to have the amber light only out front. Amber light can be an advantage in the dust. Some drivers choose to run both the amber light and the white lights. And lighting technology coming such a long way over the years in off-road racing. So you can definitely see the distance between first and second place. And I do believe we're going to have the checkered flag flying here shortly. I was unable to see that truck there, if that was Josh Cobb or not. The lighting here behind him is not allowing me to see which truck it is. But however, whoever it is well behind Greg Bragg. So, little bit of a foreseeing the future of Greg Bragg. Going to be your number one qualifier here in the Trophy Light. No, okay, there you go. I just didn't see Josh unless Josh was able to make up that much distance. But here's the deal. If Josh has another lap or two, he may get a bumper on Greg Bragg. So let's see how this shapes up, because at that vantage point I just saw, Josh Cobb is within striking distance. He's within 3 or 4 truck lengths. And I'm really enjoying watching the race put on to you by Chad Woodruff out of Flagstaff, Arizona. And Larry Schmauser there in 6081 truck. Very interesting to see what happened with Clayton Sullivan coming down the front straightaway, and Larry Schmauser, what he did. Did he jump the gun or what happened? The Pace vehicle back out. Did you see the checkered flag, Paul? Okay, so I didn't see the checkered flag either. I was checking with my producer to make sure that I didn't miss the checkered flag. But what a great race this has been, both forward and backward. Hurling Racing, it is a family thing. Can't say thank you enough for Hurling Racing and Fusion Off-Road for bringing us this incredible live stream. The boys over at Turn 2 doing an exceptional job down there on the tracks. I'm assuming that they had to bring all the cameramen in from the long course and set them up quickly in the short course in order to bring us the moving pictures that you see transmitted to your computer or your smart TV that you're watching the race on right now. My name is Mark Wright. I'm live here in the studio, and Phil Iverson standing trackside for track correspondence. Going to be pretty jealous of him the next couple of days. He'll be able to do the podium. As we know, if you guys have seen me before at the off-road races, you know that the podium is my baby. So I'm going to be missing the podium for sure tomorrow. But I will be here safe and sound in the studios here in Gilbert, Arizona, here at J2 Studios. And very excited to be here and calling the play-by-play. All right. Back to racing action. Now this is going to be, if they're going to do at least one more lap, this is going to be very interesting, because this was able to bring Josh Cobb back to the bumper of Greg Bragg. Now what that's going to do is that's going to put the pressure on Greg Bragg. So will he fold under pressure, or will he be able to hold on to that first position to get him to qualify in the clean air in P1 of the Trophy Light Series? They're going to go around at least one more lap. You can see the flag. They're actually going to bring it to a stop here. I'm a little confused here on what's going on, but let's see what we got going on. And I'm very certain that is Donald Jackson of Legacy Racing Association getting out to have a conversation. Tell them what's next. But if the order stands the way it sits, as you see it right there, Greg Bragg in first place, Josh Cobb right behind him, and Chad Woodruff right behind him as well. And Josh Cobb getting out of the car, I do believe that's going to conclude the taco party. So I missed the checkered flag. Or, now that's either Josh Cobb getting out to yell at Greg Bragg or congratulate him, and I'm very certain. Yeah, he's no yelling going on there. You can see Josh Cobb praising Greg Bragg. Greg Bragg, your winner of the Trophy Light Taco Party. That is incredible. Greg Bragg, you can see there again with the drone footage. I can actually see, and Greg Bragg looking up at the drone. pointing over there and telling him the story about how you got around me and took off my fender here in turn 1. And the 6066 truck of a very tall, now Greg Bragg, his stature, he's probably all of 5'4", and Josh Cobb easily 6 feet, as you see them standing next to each other. And I told you that this being a spec track, class, look at that. There you go. Those are the boys that I know, hugging it and giving it to Greg Bragg. Congratulations, Greg Bragg, your unofficial winner of the Trophy Light Taco Party. Good job, guys. Hurling racing, it's a family thing. I don't know if I'm supposed to close it out, but I'm going to let you guys enjoy some more of this footage here. And we'll let you know if we're closing it out. If we are closing it out, a big shout out to Hurling Racing. It's a family thing. I can't thank them enough. And what's that, Paul? All right. So indeed, I am going to wrap it up. And here it is. Live streaming starts early tomorrow. We're going to be on air by almost 5:30 a.m., somewhere around there. So make sure you sign in quickly. 6 a.m., we will be bringing you Heat 1 for staging for the UTVs and RS1 Class 11, Class 12600, Sportsman, and Stock UTV. The first heat will get started promptly at 6:30 a.m. Arizona and Nevada time. Can't wait to see it. Right after that, Heat 2 at 9 a.m. We'll see you guys back here tomorrow. Same place, same channel. Congratulations to all our winners. That's going to do it for me. I'm Mark Wright. We'll turn it over to Phil Iverson, trackside for tomorrow. That's going to do it for me. Enjoy the rest of the footage. Good night.